suspended on YouTube. Is it still suspended? Oh no, it's still suspended. What? Okay. Alright. Well, apparently I can't play anything then. That's fucking stupid. You can't, yeah. I guess I have to just do drum solos and. Fucking stupid. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. What's that? Oh. Oh, it's good. Does the green screen adjustment thing? Ah, very interesting. Very interesting. And then I guess if I did like that, would it put Jack behind me? Alright, cool. Well, we're gonna go on the server then. And you guys are gonna get Jack. Oh, that's interesting. Unless you want to see me drumming. That's funny as fuck. Alright.
To jest do pasu, Brabciu.
Right. Hello. I can't play many things because YouTube would suspend me apparently. Well, that sucks. So Try and do fives. Mm. Oh, they didn't suspend me for that then, did they? Oh, they suspend me for that, did ya? Oh, well now I'm gonna fucking sue you, YouTube, because I was fucking copyrighted. I was copyrighted. That was copyright Trump solo by me. Now I'm gonna fucking sue you for not suspending me. Silly fuckers. That was my own fucking work. You cheeky bastards. Fucking suspended. Fucking dumb you gotta be. For real. For real. Suspended me in my own work. Jeez. Jesus. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not even gonna bother. But yeah. That was in mostly in 7. Sometimes I switched. I think I did some bars at 8 and 9 and a bit of 4, but I was going for 7. Who's that? Who's that in my chat? I know they fucking suspended. I missed it. I'm on YouTube at the minute as well, and they fucking just suspended me. I just started the stream again, but they're just like, what the fuck? For playing music. Oh, okay. All right then. I'll play some of my own music then, and like you should be suspending me for that as well then. If that's the logic you want to go on, because like, you know, pay me. They're not gonna fucking do it, are they? No. Principles in the wrong place in this world. Honestly, crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know people want to get paid, but fuck. I think copyright on like things like music should only really last for like 5 years, something like that, 5 or 10 years. You know what I mean? Like maybe you can like apply for an extension on your copyright or something, but like having it last for 100 years is a little bit crazy. A little bit crazy. I can appreciate like 5 years, 10 years, maybe or maybe like you want to apply for extra copyright. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking do it. They're just making it just basically forever to most people's lifetimes. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, if anyone like that, please like the stream and give me a follow. And I'm on Twitch. And you can listen to music on Twitch. So just mute the VOD, that's all. And I just won't post the VOD. I don't, like, YouTube isn't even fucking posting these videos anyway. Cheeky bastards. I didn't even know it was working. Is it working? I don't know if anyone's here. I really don't. On YouTube. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Got no idea. But hey. Hey, if you are. Little crazy things happen here. And if you're not, if you ever want on Twitch, and give us a show. Give us a show. Alright. Alright, fine. Fine. Oh, you joke! Oh my God! It's reset the fucking metronome as well. They turned the power off the other day, and it reset the whole fucking drum kit. Like, ah, years of fucking messing about with a broken fucking brain. No, it's gonna be forever. All right, to get around YouTube's little like, oh no, you can't play your own music. Okay, cool. So I can't even play. Can't even play my own shit. That's fucking silly. Anyway, drumless, drum, drumless tracks. Slow pocket, slow. Go. Cool. Cool, like it. Like it. Like it. I don't know how to sound somewhere. I got my good kit is a DW. Like a big old DW kit. It's like big, real big. Many drums of a DW. Lots of cymbals. I'm pretty sure I got a Tama somewhere. Or did I borrow one? I know I got a Sonar kit. I think I borrowed one once. How's it going though? You alright? You good? You good? I'm not doing that. I could do it, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You do it. You do it. what? Why? 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 I don't know why. Why would they? Why would they? Yeah, he used to sort of, yeah, junkets, man, yeah, junkets. Yeah, yeah, I like junkets. Get on there, you like junkets, you like junkets, you don't play drums, you want to play drums, you do, go on then, go on, you play the drums, air drums, no, sit, air drums, Play air drums. You want a mosh? You want a mosh? You want a mosh? I'm interested in what you guys have to say. You know. It's fucking funny. You're a boy. No, 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 don't go. Fetch him here. Fetch him here. And that one. And that one. Good boy, thank you. Good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah, you. You're a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Oh, careful. Careful. Careful, puppy. Oh, careful. Do that. Do that. Do that. Didn't we? Woo! You can do anything if you're drumming. It does actually, it does help me count more. Go away. Go away.
1, 2,
Ooh.
1, 2, 3.
Ooh. Don't know this one. It needed it at the end. What? What? You just counting. Fuck that. Oh, it's hot. Guys, if you want to see this in full screen, I'm on Twitch.tv. Yeah, full screen. Good night, man. fucking 10 minutes long, mate. Fuck 10 minutes long. I ain't playing all that for 10 minutes. Fuck off. Fuck off. It's fucking boring. Fucking hell, I forgot it was drumless. I was going to put it drumless. So, yeah, right. I don't got any requests because playing fucking funk because he's fun. But there's only so much funking around you can do before it just turns into funky. Well, there you go. Anyone here from out of town? That's a joke. Oh. Yo. Hello. Hello, Demartic. Demartic Height? Is that how you say your name? That's me. What's going on? What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on? What does that one do then? Right. Hey. That wasn't meant to have a look. Huh. Well, what's going on?
What's going on, friends?
What's going on?
Oh, sit that twat. Look, baby lamps. What's going on? What's going on? I'm telling them off then. If you guys aren't going to talk, honestly. I was having a little break anyway.
Like, you guys are all gonna run away? Well, you're all gonna miss out on the big giveaway. Yeah, I'm also on Twitch as well. If you want a better view, better deal, it's all good. But I'm gonna leave you for that.
Went to visit Gary Glitter in prison. So
My head is up here. Hello. That was a bit close, wasn't it? That was a bit close.
What's going on? What's going on? We're a bit leaning. Okay? We gotta lean this one out, alright? We just gotta lean out. Just lean out. Feel. Lean out. Just that side up. What's going on, guys? Oh my god! Something a little done there. Alright. Well, if you'd like to know how to play drums, I'll tell you that. If you don't want to know how to play drums, I won't tell you that. You hit the drums. You hit the drums with a stick. Ow. Really? Guys, I don't think I mean, honestly, yeah, that's what I thought. The dog was talking. Yeah, that's what I thought, mate. Exactly. It was shit, wasn't it? It was, yeah. Jack, everybody. Jack, say hello to everyone. Say hey, how's it going, friends? The little spin. Good boy. Wait, tail. Big old waggy tail. Big old waggy tail. How bad is that camera? No, it's not that bad.
Now that's the way they find a new home for a puppy, isn't it? Rest of them love it. All right, well now it's time for Family Star, and Maverick is ready to cheer on the Blue So here first. Are you ready? If you would like to see your pet on TV, send us a picture and just give us a little information at 314-425-5355. It's Oracle.
If anyone's got any requests, please give us a request. Guys, what's going on? Honestly, what's going on? What's going on? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Anyone else hungry? Anyone else hungry these days? I got this. What's up, dog? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. What's up? What's up? Sit. Sit. Boy. Good boy. Okay. Really? Really?
Say hey, Jack. Say hey. Say hey.
Yeah, I got you something.
They can't call it a Cornish pasty. They're calling it a beef pasty. And that's what I'm gonna eat. That's what I'm gonna eat.
And then I'm going to do some more drumming. But until then, I'm just like, oh.
I'll tell you what, I'll come and sit here with you guys. Yeah. I'll just sit on the floor. Fuck it, I'll just sit on the floor. Someone might want to chat. What?
There's no like category deal on YouTube, is there? You're just on YouTube. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Guys, I'm gonna eat something and then I'm gonna do some more drumming. But if anyone actually wants to have a chat and like, I don't know, ask me questions, Please do. Or don't. Oi, 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 oi. Fine. Be like that. Be like that. Time, just in time. No, it wasn't that good. It's pretty shit. I've never played it before. I don't know. I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never played it before. How you doing, Luke? You alright? You alright? What's going on? Oh. This one. This one. It's this one. I'll show you. I'll show you my favourite one. Are you ready? You ready? Ready? There you go. It's my favourite one. That is my favourite thing to do on the drums. Da beat that. You have to pay for that one. You owe me for that. I was gonna ask one of my favorite things to do. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one, really. It's a hard one to answer. If I knew the answer, honestly, I don't know. It's an odd one. I like the songs you guys request. Sometimes I like new stuff. Oh, it depends. It just really does depend. Honestly, it does depend. Because not always like in the same frame of mind or the same ability. So yeah, it does depend. Like on the time and stuff. I don't know. It's like a I don't know.
Quite a long-winded answer, really, to answer that properly. But no one else watches it on the YouTubes. They all bag it off. Well, oh, that's so annoying. Yesterday I sorted out something for myself, and now today I'm looking, and there's a bloody deal. Today there's a deal. There wasn't a deal yesterday. Today there's a deal. So fucking annoying.
Did you miss my favorite track? Did you miss it? Ah, what? Really? It's like. You want me? That's like hard. Like really hard. Fine. Let me get that beginning. No. No. Hey. Hello. There's a little vibration coming out of the speaker that's making it sound like the phone's going off. Kind of weird. Oh. Well, I'm waiting for something to come in the post, but I have to walk up to get my post. And what? Fucking 8:30. Let that cool down. Sorry. How long have you been? That's weird. It's not coming up with your following. Jesus, following. When did you follow them? It's not showing me your following. It's so weird. Huh? Fuck off. I'm fucking hot though. Where? No. I'm still here, lovers. I'm still here, my lovers. I'm still here, lovers.
So that was related to adult accusations, wasn't it? Yeah. And it's just said to me, as he shot the cell door, swept the door, when I've told anyone this, he said, Jim, don't worry, it was not underage sex. All yours are old slippers. Oh my God. I felt like saying, okay, I did it. So you want the time and all adults? That is a lot better. I mean, as far as accusations false or true, but they shouldn't be under the same operation. They shouldn't be called U-Tree. I think Esther Ranson said that in an article. I thought that Operation U-Tree was to sort of swipe up the paedophile type people. But you still get people have a go. That's what I'm saying. No matter how much evidence you give someone, you can never convince an idiot. People will think that you're involved in the whole thing. That's actually not right. Well, I was involved in being arrested. But so was Jimmy Tarbo. And Cliff Richard called me and said, Jim, and a couple of other guys sued the police. Very impressionate. Yeah, yes, we're going to sue the police. You want to come in with us? I said, no, I don't sue the police. I think the police were only doing their job. It was illegal. It was Keir Starmer who started it. Was it? Yeah. He was the director of public prosecutions or whatever it was. Then he left and a woman called Alison, whatever, she took over and it went away. I wasn't charged at all. I wasn't charged. And I said, that's an idiot. People will think that you were involved in the whole thing. It's not. That's actually not right. Well, I was involved in being arrested, but so was Jimmy Tarbo. And Cliff Richard called me and said, Jim, and Paul Gammaccini and a couple of other guys sued the police. Very impressionate, isn't it? Yeah, yes, we're going to sue the police. You want to come in with us? I said, no, I don't want to sue the police. I think the police were only doing their job. It was illegal. It was Keir Starmer who started it all. Was it? Yeah. He was the director of public prosecutions or whatever it was. Then he left and a woman called Alison, whatever, she took over and it all went away. I wasn't charged at all. I wasn't charged. And I said, and he said, well, how are you going to make any money back? You know, obviously you cancelled your tour and everything. And I said, well, I'm going to write a book. And I did. I wrote a book called No Further Action, and it still sells on the website, ustream.com. Do you worry about the Streisand effect? Your Streisand effect? No, Barbara Streisand, I think she's sued or she complained on somebody for a photo of her house in the newspaper. Yeah, she didn't want people seeing it because she complained about it when in every newspaper. Yeah, it's a Streisand effect. No, I don't mind. It happened. I was arrested. Actually, they weren't Operation U-Tree coppers that arrested me. They were some other thing. They were scooping up everybody. As Bobby Davro, my old mate, said. He said the sex offenders list or the 2013 Radio Times or TV Times. Yeah, it was one of those things that I knew I hadn't done any of it. And Henry Brown and my lawyer and I and the QC, we got all the evidence together, give it to the police, and they said, okay, fine. And they actually said they'd save us doing it, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's mad that you had a really crazy year. It's sort of a movie worth. It could be a movie of that you were arrested and you went on Celebrity Big Brother. No, I was on the way to Celebrity Big Brother. That's right. Right. So I was about to do Celebrity Big Brother. I tell you that it was on Channel 5 was owned by Richard Desmond. Right, he owned the Daily Express and all these other things. And Richard Desmond and I saw him, Kosher Boy, and he called me to his office. He said, Jim, I bought Channel 5. I bought Channel 5. I said, I heard, yeah. He said, I want to put you on. You want to do a generation game? You want to do this? You want a chat show? Upset everybody? I mean, he really is a character. Talk about a boy, Jewish. So do this. Show me fucking under sugar kind of, yeah. Worse. Yeah. And he said to me, right, we're doing a chat show. And there's all these proper people taking notes. And he's a man, quite drunk in the corner. He's got his own chef stuff. He's a power man. And he said to me, right, good, that's it. Let me know what you want to do. Oh, I need a favour from you. That's what he said. I bought the rights to Big Brother. Now, and I want to put you in Big Brother. Pay you a fortune, fill it full of trumpet, and find a puff for you to upset. Okay? He said that. Yeah, that's where to go. You did upset a gay person. That's one. It was all edited. And they said to me in Hell's Kitchen, I said something to this Brian who was, I hated all of it. I only did it because Marco Pierre White asked me, he said, Jim, I'm going back in the kitchen first time in 7 years. And to do Hell's Kitchen, will you come with me and do it? I said, yeah. The next day my manager called me, I was in Dubai, he said, have you told the Squires called the producer and said, you want to do it? I said, well, tell him, no, I don't want to do it. I just told him I'd do it.
Yeah.
He said, well, we'll ask for so much money, they'll say no. And the bastard said, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So I turned up and they said, blah, blah, blah happened. So they called me up. And the producer, who used to be one of the runners on the Generation Band, which is about that big and 12, he said, Jim, what you said, I said, look, I'm going, I'm leaving, I can't bear it anymore. He said, well, we're going to ask you to leave anyway. Because what you said could upset viewers. I said, well, edit that bit out. I said, if you're so worried that it's going to upset viewers, surely you'll edit that bit out. That was it. They didn't edit it out. They actually edited it to make it look worse. So good for them. That's what I would do if I was a producer. That's what you would do.
So what they really want is they do want to upset viewers, but they want to have your head on the plane.
Yeah. But I got paid.
Well,
And I said, I'm never doing it again. And then along comes Big Brother. So I'm on my way through school. So I'm now going off to do Big Brother.
you never thought you'd win that.
I said, oh, this was the one where I got arrested.
Sorry, the year after.
Yeah. So I'm in Glasgow, in my house in Glasgow, Jock family. And so they said the 12-year-old producer, right, your code name's going to be Jellied Eels. Okay, fair enough. And we want, if you're flying down to Heathrow, we'll pick you up at Heathrow. We want you to wear something where no one can see you, like a hood. Have you got a hood? And my fishing jacket, right? So I put my fishing jacket on. I got to Heathrow. And my PA called me and said, the police want to come and arrest you. I put him on the phone. Hello? I said, Jim Davidson? Yeah? He said, this is a PC so-and-so from Operation Newsbury. I bet you've been expecting us. I said, no, I fucking haven't. And he said, where are you? I said, you're a good detective, aren't you? I said, I'm at Heathrow. He said, well, don't go anywhere. We want to come and get you. So I had to sit there and wait like that for them to come and get me in Heathrow. They couldn't find me. I'm doing this. Here I am. So they take me in the car, read me the Miranda rights, whatever, sexual assault to some woman I've never fucking heard of. And we're going off to a police station. They get lost. They had to stop and ask someone. You couldn't make it up. So when they're searching me, the sergeant, the station sergeant at Heathrow, doesn't know these guys from Adam, but he obviously knows me. He's doing this. He's taking all the things down, empty your pockets. So I emptied my pockets and they took my fishing jacket off. Put my hand in the pocket, and in the bottom of it is a piece of artificial sweet corn. Now, any fisherman will tell you that. You throw real sweet corn in, and they eat that, but you put a false one on the hook so it doesn't come off. And it's in my pocket. And this policeman went, one of the operation unit, what's that? And I said, it's a sweetie. Station sergeant started laughing. They didn't think it was funny at all.
Bloody hell.
That was it.
But you must have been shitting yourself as well.
No, not then. I wasn't. Because
Sure,
I knew I hadn't done it.
cops.
I knew I hadn't done anything. No, I'm not worried about that. I hadn't done anything. Is it what I wanted? I loved being interviewed by them. I sort of developed a sort of a Stockholm syndrome when they called me and said, "Can you come in?" Yeah, I fucking run down there again. Ask me anything. And so they asked me a question, and then I'd go off and give them so many answers. And I said, "Do you just want me to carry on? You stop me whenever you want and ask me some more things." They loved it.
Was there any sort of truth in the allegation? Was there sort of women you hadn't?
Bollocks.
But was it like, oh, she didn't enjoy the date, and now she said it was?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't even
One
know.
woman I knew.
Okay.
Yeah, one woman I remembered as well, a journalist. But they were silly. One of them was I twanged the girl's suspender belt through her skirt in 1977. He said, "Do you remember that?" I said, "Are you mad?" He said, "Is this something you would do?" Yeah.
People are probably, because they're thinking, right, because how many times you get, because your lovely fiance's here, is that sixth,
The sixth wife. She'll be
and
the
most
sixth.
important
And
one.
guess where we're getting married?
I'm trying to think of a funny.
Who had 6 wives?
Henry VIII.
Where was his palace?
Oh shit, Hampton Court.
Yeah, Hampton Court. March.
Got a panic there in case I don't know and I get shown up. We'd have to edit in that I got Hampton Court.
Dave Chappelle. Yeah.
that was before we started. We were trying to think who that
So
guy
who
was.
was it? Jim said he got his
Jim-
Hampton Court.
Got his
No,
Hampton
Court Palace.
Gervais said that. You stole his joke. Hampton got his Hampton Court.
Yes.
I think Gervais said he went to the toilets there and he said, "Don't get your Hampton Court." Someone had graffitied it.
Yeah.
That's what people do. 6. Well, that's good. What does that say something about you? Is there sort of disorder of you're joking about narcissism, but is there something?
I don't understand what narcissism means. So you read it or you read it. I'm everything.
Do you think
I'm ADHD,
Yep.
DCFC, CAFC, Child Athletic Book Club. Everyone's now got letters after their names. I've got PTSD. I've got ADH fucking D. What do you call me? What she called me? Jim Davidson, OBE. ATM.
ATM?
Yeah, I love the money gets some more shopping. Expresses me nose and tenants come out.
But is there something about your personality that was always a bit different to other people? Is there
No,
something?
I'm a comedian. I'm just an insecure arsehole that
Yeah.
gets his kicks out of thousands of people loving me. It's very shallow and it lasts 2 seconds.
But then you need more.
So you need, I need to be loved and I need to love. And I can sort of sniff wrongly when people go off me. I sort of pride myself for being astute, but it's slightly false, driven by the insecurities, I guess. So marry me, then you won't leave me.
Oh, right. So you
Promise?
do you mean you sort of go into it too early? You don't think about whether it's actual love or it's actually right?
Yeah.
And it's just, I've got this.
Take them hostage.
Someone will have me.
Take it, she'll have me. She'll do.
Is it she'll have me? Is it?
Killed? I'm going to be killed. As soon as you stop speaking to me,
Yeah.
I'm going to be killed.
Well, now it might be different. You know, if you're wiser and all of those things.
No.
But over those the first 5 or so, I mean,
Listen, mate, I fell in love. What can you do?
yeah.
I am in love.
Are you?
I can't imagine life without her.
You got to say that she's right over there.
No, I can't. My whole life is to the detriment of a lot of other things. You know, I don't see my mates anymore. I don't play golf. I don't go out on the boat as often as I did. Don't shag any other women. It's fucking awful. You won't tell anyone that, will you?
Blink twice if you're in trouble. I remember you've told Piers Morgan that it was traumatic, the U-Tree stuff. Because that's it. You got to talk with a bit of bravado, right, about it all. But this was.
I was frightened to death because I thought it was a done deal.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought that is a done deal.
Exactly.
Because they got it so wrong. And when we told them, you know. So
Jack.
one woman, and this is in the book, ustream.com, 1999. She said that she came to the London Palladium, blah, 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 got let in, did this, did that. She dropped her bag and bent down, I got my dick out,
Yeah.
and etc., etc. So we proved it was impossible. Her dates, there's in between this and that and there, she had a description of the place and whatever. So we told the police. I got statements from the guy who used to run the London Palladium. He was 91 years of age on his sick bed doing a statement for us. Did a few other little bits and pieces about this person. Presented it to the police. 2 weeks later, they phoned back and said, "Can you come in again?" She's remembered it wasn't the Palladium. It was somewhere else. So we sat down. I said, "You must have told that girl that her story was completely wrong and to make another one up." "No, honestly, I swear to God, we never said it. She came to us." I said, "Do you fucking expect me to remember that?" I said, I could have sat here, said nothing, took you to court and made you look a complete tit. Is that what you want me to do? Or do you want me to tell you the truth? But don't go back and say, "Oh, he's proved your story wrong, make another one up." That's slightly not fair, is it? Again, you see, it's the unfairness that pissed me off. And I thought this is a done deal. This really is that no matter what I do, I'm fucked.
That would have been the end of you
You look a bit like Al Pacino. Has anyone ever told you that?
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the time. Hoo-ah! Hoo-ah!
Why don't we do the scene
You're De Niro.
in Heat with De Niro?
I don't know the lines.
There's a flip
Have people
side.
told you you look like De Niro?
No.
I'm seeing it now suddenly that you said
They
Pacino.
I look more like Lenny Henry than De Niro. There's a flip side to this.
Oh, wow. This was an excuse for you to do your amazing De Niro accent. That's what this was about. You tell everyone they look like Pacino. It just so happens you stumbled across someone who does.
You look like Pacino as well. You look like. Actually, who do you look like?
It's scary. My producer, Mikhail.
No, you look like that golfer.
Oh, no one knows golfers.
No, you're right. You look nothing like him.
No, well, there you go. I get Hugh Grant. That's the other one.
It's the Barnet.
Yeah,
That's all.
it is.
I
Yeah.
like Hugh Grant.
Right. Does that mean you don't like me?
I do like
You don't look like Hugh Grant. I like Hugh Grant.
So,
Who said that? Katie Hopkins.
you're much too bright for me. Katie Hopkins.
Katie Hopkins said to me, she was sat there a few weeks ago. She said, she got annoyed at me. She didn't like a question I asked. I asked her, she talks about being cancelled, and I said, "Did it make you sad?" And I think she thought I was taking the piss. I wasn't. She got very upset with me. And I said, was that because I reminded you of John Ronson, who had asked her a few things as a writer? And she said, no, you're nothing like John Ronson. He's very intelligent.
Yeah. I think what is happening with her is now she's doing live shows.
Yeah.
So I believe she is developing a way of dealing with stuff on the hoof. You know what I mean? So ad-libbing and people talking and whatever, and she wants to make it humorous, as well. That's the difference between someone with a view like her, who's not a comedian. She has a view.
Yeah.
Where a comedian with a point of view is, you can say, oh no, that's just me being funny. I mean, Ricky Gervais, does he really believe everything he talks about? No, he said to me, Jim, I'm in danger of turning into you, you know.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
That's great. That's so interesting that he's must be very self-aware.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Apart from his delivery.
I think he's good.
I think he's good. I don't think he's a great comic.
You don't?
No.
I think
I told him that.
it means a lot to him, the comedy, because I've heard him talk about.
Oh, he has a style, and he's getting much better now. I mean, if you look at him at the award shows, he's great.
The Golden Globe stuff.
Yeah,
wow.
but as a stand-up comic, he's got much better.
Okay.
And I didn't like that thing he did, The Office.
You didn't like The
I
Office?
don't like cringe.
Have you given it a proper go though?
Yeah, I've tried to have a go. Do you know what else I don't like? And I've given it 3 goes. Last night I gave it 3 more goes. Adolescence.
I didn't like Adolescence.
I said the West, the fucking West, up the fucking pass. And I thought, come on, Jim, stop it. The Scousers, that's the way they talk.
That's how they talk.
Well, that camera work was just such a wank.
You think it was? Yeah.
It was the director. Look at me, I'm wanking. We were both saying that. Do we really want to see the back of someone's head as they walk down a corridor and follow them up the stairs and through a keyhole and in the back? No.
But for those listening on audio, Jim Davidson is not masturbating now. He was doing an impression of
Right.
the director. I just want the audio listeners to know
No, that's masturbating in my age. I just get a puff of dust. But anyway, you can edit that out.
I'm not editing that out. It's funny. Look, adolescence. A lot of people have an issue with that because we've seen the crime statistics, and it doesn't compute that a white kid, good-looking white kid, who's funny and interesting, charismatic, from a family with a mum and a dad both present.
They were Scousers, though.
They were Scousers, but they'd moved to Doncaster. I think
Where was Doncaster?
I think it was
I didn't
Doncaster.
quite get it. It had more accents in it than Peaky Blinders.
They were moving about. I don't know, but they were a very happy, loving family, and I thought, no, I'm not.
It was based on a black kid, wasn't it?
It was, and that's what people are
And
going
people are saying now, the writers are saying, no, it wasn't.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe it wasn't then.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I get it come up on my auto cue when I do my
I will go check. I will go check, please. We have an item. What is it?
My show, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, let's get your facts right. But most of the crime with knives and stuff like that are black guys fighting one another.
I think that is statistically correct.
Yeah.
So it's just, I know people get upset with it, but
Well, I don't just arrest people.
yeah.
Why are the police arresting? But do you know what? There's this thing going on now about who's called for a public inquiry about the rape gangs and all the rest of it. I was speaking to Vicky about this today because I was looking at some of the scripts I was going to do on my show. And I'm not a great lover of public inquiries because I don't think they deliver anything. They take forever to do stuff. They said, well, it's for the victims, of these rape. Well, hang on a minute. If you want to do something without wasting money, get the police constables in and say, fucking sort it. Arrest these people. Go deeper into it. Don't worry about colour or race or whatever. Arrest people. Yeah. And now, of course, we've got this two-tier justice system that's coming out. It's only going to last about 3 days. They're resentencing.
I've got another cat toy.
And so it
What
is
two of these
two-tier
now?
justice. Yeah. But now it's going to stop. They put some thing in this.
Have they put an end to it?
Yeah.
I heard Starmer was saying he wouldn't rule that out.
No, it's about 4 days it's going to last because they can't get it in time. The bill's going to be passed and then they're going to stop it. Oh, it's crazy. They don't know what they're doing. This phrase, the ginger growler on the front row. She got with me, man.
Who's that? Angela Rayner?
Yeah.
God. It is bad. I know we talked about Islam, and I know you're saying you like aspects of Islam, I think the prayer thing and all that. That's one of my biggest concerns, seeing
The
that.
threat of Islam.
I think so, yeah.
I think the threat of anybody.
Yeah.
Well, the threat of anybody, and of course because you're Jewish, it is this thing that's going on with Gaza, Palestine, Israel,
Yeah. You get linked to it.
and everyone else just can't wait to get involved, can they? Like the bump, and I'll tell you what, we're talking about this,
Yeah.
because there's more Jews in New York than there are in Israel. Because that's where the vote lies.
Yeah, that's true. Separate.
But I don't understand how Hamas and everyone can sort of parachute into Israel, murder and kill 1,700 people, and say, well, us, they started it 100 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they are saying it wasn't us. Oh, I get what you're saying. They're saying we didn't start it, kind of thing. I don't know. We're getting Douglas Murray. Actually, Douglas Murray.
I like him.
Yeah, he's good. I started reading his new book, and he goes into detail about everything that happened on that attack.
But you watch him turn into a performer. After a while, he will then realise there is some value in me talking and doing stuff and whatever. So they become the informed comedian without jokes, if you know what I mean. I love listening to him. I think he's fantastic.
Great speaker, isn't he?
Well, because he is great. And he's great the way he delivers facts. And you can see these people that stand there and say, excuse me, I want to the American girls, I literally listen to you, literally. And he gives them the facts and they don't take it in. They just fuck off.
He's like
But
a
it's
posh.
still in there. That's what I'm saying. You can give everyone the facts. You can't convince an idiot.
He's like a posh Tommy Robinson in some respects.
I've never met Tommy Robinson.
I had him on the show. I went out to his hideaway in Spain. And
He's either way.
he was in a
Very patriotic, isn't it?
before he got it's the most English thing you can do now because he was in what's the Benidorm. So there's nothing more English than going out to Benidorm, is there? I went down the street in Benidorm with him, and everybody's Tommy, everyone, sorry. I didn't hear a Spanish accent within about 5 miles.
They say he's been locked up for speaking his mind. Poor bugger's been locked up for contempt of court, basically. They say he mustn't do that, and he did it.
He shouldn't have done that.
But he's got a lot of followers, and he talks a lot. I can understand how frustrated he must be to see the way the country's gone.
Because he predicted it.
Yeah, well, You know, there's been a lot. Should he be locked up in solitary? I don't know the answer to it. I don't know the facts of it. But, you know, there's people being locked up. What about the 6 policemen that turned up the other day at that woman's door because she complained about the teacher at school?
I interviewed him yesterday.
Who?
The fella who they turned up at his door. In fact, just came out while we're talking. That's just gone out on YouTube. I put it on my channel.
Brilliant.
His name is Maxie Allen.
Oh, what is the producer of something?
It's Times Radio. Turned up at his house because there'd been an argument on WhatsApp. So it's one of those things. It's a little bit like you with U-Tree. People go, there must be something more. And I said, what was it? Because I thought maybe he'd joked in the messages.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we should kill that
Yeah,
guy.
that's it. There must be something.
He says
to turn up.
he says there was nothing like that. No, not even jokey threats. He's a very serious guy. He's quite very serious. And he said, I once called them. I called somebody. I can't remember what it was, but it was something like a control freak. That was it. Called someone a control freak in a private WhatsApp message.
Ridiculous. The world's gone mad.
I think it has. Yeah.
Well, he should just say he's gay or he's now of the Muslim faith, and he won't go to prison.
Yeah.
They'll let him out. There's been no further action taken against them, have they?
Yeah. 8 hours though in prison.
Ridiculous. What are the police doing? 8 hours. They could have been painting rainbows on their cars in that time.
You know what? He was actually very sort of diplomatic about it. He said, look, I don't blame the police officers. They're doing their job.
Yeah.
They're told to do it. But who told them to come and do it?
Exactly.
That's what it's about. I want to know more about Savile. Was there more Savile stuff?
No, not really.
Yeah.
No, I never got to. I didn't know.
I've heard you say he was.
None of us knew any of this stuff. None of my mates knew about him. I just thought he was a bit odd. I thought he was gay. I just thought, you know, he's one of these people that makes something he likes all the girls because really he's a closet gay man.
That's perceptive though, because he was hiding something. So you thought that's what he's hiding.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, what was it? How did Louis Theroux seem to know? Do you remember he asked him? Louis Theroux. There was a documentary who followed Savile around, and he said, you know, what's all this about that? And then Jimmy said, well, you mean that I can't do the accent like you can? He said, you mean that he isn't he a paedophile kind of thing? And Louis went, yes. And he said, well, you know, they're just I don't know what, but. Was that a shock? Must have been a shock then for you to see all that come out.
Well, I knew he was odd, but I didn't. And you know, it's a shame. It is a shame that his alleged victims, or victims, whichever you want to say, legally, you have to say alleged victims, never had the chance. They never had their day in court. They never got any justice because he was dead.
I don't think because he's dead, you don't legally have to say alleged.
Oh, okay.
He's can't. What's he going to do?
What's he going to fucking do?
You can't help me.
I'll get the bed tonight. No, then. Now.
One thing stayed with me actually. Now that you say that, he died clutching his cross. He's Catholic, I think. And I thought that's interesting because
So did Emperor Constantine, didn't he? Yeah.
I don't even know who that is. I presume an emperor.
He was the emperor of the Roman Empire, wasn't he? And he decided that all his soldiers were becoming Christians. So he thought, fuck me, I'm going to lose control of these. So he said, in this cross I will conquer. And he became a Christian. Roman Empire. Roman Emperor became Christian until his deathbed. And he fucking swapped. Give me back the Quran, quick.
Oh, he was Muslim, was he?
Yeah. No, I don't know. No, he wasn't. He was a one
Pagan or something.
Loads of gods.
All the gods.
Oh, everything.
Loads of gods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then, but the Savile thing surprised me because I assumed he was just this psychopath who didn't care about anything, and that implies he was scared as he was dying and he was holding that cross. I guess he had a heart attack or something.
Psychopath, as in no empathy.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
anybody.
And then no worries or cares. I think to an extent.
He did seem to. He was so arrogant that he thought he could walk in and sit next to the future king and talk to him as if they were best buddies, and push me out the fucking way.
You must have been livid.
That happened to me with Margaret Thatcher as well once.
She pushed you out of the way.
No, this is a fantastic story.
Go on.
So she has agreed to come to the British Forces Foundation in first ball with Ed in the Grosvenor House. Packed. I actually advertised that Margaret Thatcher was going to be there, and our office said she's not going to speak. She can't speak. She's not very well. No, whatever. Okay. So I'd had 1,200 menu cards saying speech Margaret Thatcher. Fuck. And they're all out on the tables, and she's turning up in an hour. Fuck. So I went up to the reception and said, got any Tipex? I said, what, for 1,200? No. I Tipexed hers one out. So she sat next to me here. I've got Jeffrey Archer here. And I Tipexed speaker. Margaret, Tipexed over it, put it there. And as Jeffrey Archer's speaking, I'm looking out behind, and Margaret Thatcher's doing this.
Oh, she's taking the Tipex off.
Yeah. Swear to God, shit myself. Oh my! I started hyperventilating, and she did this.
Oh, that's on the audio.
She
Jim's
gave me
doing
that
a look.
look. Yeah, she gave me a little look, and then she got up and spoke for an hour.
Did she? Well, so she wasn't the speaker. She wasn't well. Then she saw you Tipexed her out, and then she's gone and spoken.
Yeah.
Was it good?
Oh, brilliant.
Hours a bit much for any speech, though.
No, not for her. She can speak. Don't worry about that. She finished with a poem about leaving Europe. The Norman Lord to his son. How's it go? Said the Norman Lord to his son, I am dying, and soon you shall be heir to all the broad acres of England that William gave me for my share. And a right little handful it is. But before you go over to rule it, I want you to understand this. The Saxon is not like us Normans. His manners are not so polite. But he never takes anything serious till he talks about justice and right. And he stands like an ox in the furrows with his sullen eyes set on your own. And he says, this isn't fair dealing. My son, leave the Saxon alone. 1,200 people sprung up as if they were Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, and clapped for about 10 minutes. It was fantastic, all because of my Tipex. It's fucking great.
That was great how you recited the poem.
Oh, is it? I was touch and go halfway through. I thought, shit. I can't remember the rest of this. Trying to be so flat.
I'm just thinking there could have been a whole different. There could have been a whole different time. Jim Davison never became a comedian. He was, yeah, or was a sort of actor, as Anthony Hopkins kind of thing.
Anthony Hopkins, yes. Yeah,
you can do the impressions, can't you?
Well, I can. I tend to think I sound like him, but I
No,
don't.
it did sound like Anthony Hopkins.
Well, that was actually Richard Burton. Same thing. Richard Burton. Anthony Hopkins is just a pound shop version of me.
What was it? I'm looking forward to having you for dinner or something. He says, Hannibal.
With it.
Yeah, he says.
Funny enough, we were in Italy last week,
Yeah.
and we went to an olive oil tasting thing, and we were pissed because we'd been to a wine tasting thing before. And this woman said, "So what you got to do? You take the olive oil in your mouth, and you go." And I felt like saying, and wash down his liver with a nice Chianti.
Oh, that is a scary film. I've got one more question for you, but first, where can people find your channel and things?
I have a channel called Ustream, Ustreame, Ustream, and you can get it on television. Like you look for the app for Netflix, you can get it on the television, or you can go to ustream.com. It's a subscription channel. I do 2 half-hour shows like this per week. We've got lots of the comedians you can't see anymore: Jimmy Jones, Jethro, Freddie Starr, Chubby Brown, and lots of new. But lots of stuff you can enjoy or not.
Yeah, you wouldn't go on it to not enjoy it though.
Well, yeah, I think the young people are going on it to see how comedy used to be, because you can't see it anywhere else anymore unless it's on my TV channel, Ustream.
That's great. It was also on YouTube, isn't it? For those who don't have the app,
Put a little tiny bit.
yeah, it
So
still does well. Gets
we
good
put
views.
6 minutes on YouTube, and we put half an hour of me on Ustream on the same day. I think we get about 150,000, 160,000 over a couple of days, and then it sort of drifts off a bit.
It gets good views on that YouTube on the channel. It does.
Well, tomorrow, which is a Tuesday, I'm going to record my 500th this week.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
You must run out of stuff to say.
Just read the paper.
Yeah,
I know. You do run out. You're always aware that it's going to be funny, and you're always aware that there's some form. In an ideal world, you have balance in what you're commentating on. But you can't be funny if you have balance.
Yeah.
You've got to pick a side and go for it, and hope you don't turn into Katie Hopkins.
Who's a heretic you admire?
I like Dave Chappelle, the comedian. He's a black guy in America, and I don't normally like comics. I either find them funny, really funny, which pisses me off that I'm not as funny as them, or they're just not good enough. They don't quite hack it. But this guy is very brave, takes on subjects that he shouldn't do, and the way he delivers his lines is that he's now going to say, "I'm going to say something to you now that I shouldn't say. I'm risking my career for you." It's all politics. He doesn't care, but he's making out he's nervous, and I like him. I think he's very good. Makes me laugh.
That's a great heretic, Dave Chappelle. People go follow Jim Davidson and get Ustream, USTREME. We'll have a link down below. Just go and do that. And he's putting out some brilliant stuff over there. He's come all the way to do this great, lovely thing we've just done. So go and give him lots of follows and things.
Head over to Ustream.com now. People come here, we don't know who they are. They're fleeing war. Why didn't they bring their wife and kids or their mother with them? You mustn't say this and you mustn't say that. Yeah, black people and Indian people and anyone that's not a white average person has to be wrapped in cotton wool by the lefties. Just leave us all alone and we'll go.
I see. Oh, there's the sound.
People call me a racist, but fuck me, I went there with Black Dave. I went black. I didn't mean to talk about this tonight, but ever since Black Dave, it's just not been the same. People call me a racist, but fuck me, I went there with Black Dave. I went black, but I fucking came back. I came back damaged. Like a windsock at the airport now. I didn't mean to talk about this tonight, but
Right, before I start, I just want to get something off my chest. It's been bothering me for quite some time now, and I know it shouldn't, but still. So every now and again, I get a comment on my videos from some jerk, and it's not the same jerk, it's a plethora of jerks who tell me, oh, you're only doing videos for clicks. Well, duh, yeah, of course I do. Everybody is on YouTube for clicks, and that's the whole point. Channels grow thanks to clicks. So yes, as a YouTuber, I am sure I can speak for all YouTubers by saying we do videos for clicks. We do them for clicks, views, subscriptions, and if we're lucky enough, get monetized. What's wrong with that? Nobody is on here to make videos hoping that nobody watches. Otherwise, we'd be sat at home just talking to ourselves. And it's not the people with political opinions and genuine creativity you should be bothering. It should be the idiots on here who use their channels to make other people's lives a misery by slandering, defaming them, and doxing them. They're the ones who should be bothering, not me. So that's that out of the way, just so you know. Anyway, politics, and surprisingly, I'm saying that surprisingly because I didn't think they'd do it. I really didn't. I honestly thought this whole Rupert Lowe thing and everything else would have taken the shine off Reform, but they've done it. They've completely wiped the floor with Starmer. And I'm not sure if it's Reform's popularity or people hate Starmer and Labour so much after what they've done. And they just don't trust the Tories anymore that they've gone for Reform. And this is huge. This is quite seismic, actually, despite what I think about reform. But yeah, this is a huge, massive step for them. And it could well mean, and this is a great platform for them to launch themselves as serious opposition or even government. Fancy that. But what does this mean for Starmer? The beginning of the end, hopefully. And due to the scale of this loss, the consequences for Keir Starmer's leadership could be quite dire, because this will mean increased pressure on his leadership. He's got weakened authority now, because the loss of council seats and key mayoral contests has eroded Starmer's authority. And polls already show that Labour are trailing Reform by 18 to 26% anyway. And this could trigger, hopefully, fingers crossed, a internal Labour rebellion. And Labour councillors and some MPs are already tired of Starmer and disappointed with the way he's governed the country. Well, he's lied to everyone, hasn't he? And he hasn't put the country or the people first. And there has to be a Labour MP or two, somebody on the grassroots level who sees this and thinks, nah, what the hell's the guy doing? It's not right. And this is great for anti-Labour and anti-Starmer people on social media like myself, because tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people watch our videos, and we are numerous. And so we're adding to the public narrative, which could help to call for his resignation. And then there's the hard left, because even though Starmer's not hard left, he is woke. And he did push out a lot of hard leftists like Diane Abbott, etc. from the party, which could see them rally around a figurehead to challenge him. So what would Starmer do about this? Well, change policy? I doubt it. He's pig-headed. Will he resign? No, I don't think so. Like every Soviet-style leader, they don't resign. They have to be ostracized and dragged away from power. And if Labour want to win the next election in 2029, then I don't think there's anything they can do anyway, because they're so toxic. What Starmer, Rachel Thieves, Angela Rayner and the rest of them, what they've done to the country, the people and the voters ever since they became government has been unforgivable. So it'll be between the Tories and Reform, I reckon, in 2029, and Labour will be lucky to become third place. Labour's polls are plunging. Starmer's personal polls are plunging. He is the most unpopular Prime Minister in recent times, the most despised. Nobody really likes him unless you're some left-wing masochist who likes to be governed harder. But here we are, the guy's literally Teflon. He survived so many bad decision-making and corruption and sleaze. Surely now his luck has run out, hopefully. Anyway, there we go. I'm Paz49. Thanks for watching. And until the next time, Roger Trout.
Oh man, it's getting really bad. I didn't think it was gonna get this worse. I really didn't. You know, they've given all the hotels. Yeah, take this, take that, take that. They've given all the hotels to the illegal migrant, for God's sake. You can't go to town and get a nice hotel for you to stay in and have a lovely time, because that has been taken away. Yes. And now they came up with this new thing where now they're contacting landlords to get private landlords' houses to get their house for 5 years and house illegal migrant. I'm thinking, wow, that's really bad. Nah, that's not okay. But I didn't think they was going to do this, because this is even worse. You know what they're doing? They're removing people who are already living in the house. So they're telling the landlord, hey, who lives in there? Oh, 2 white guys here, cancel the rent, cancel the tenant, cancel the agreement, kick them out, and bring these guys in. I did not think that was going to be happening. But guess what? It's happening. And when things do happen, I always come to you with receipts, with video, with visual evidence to show you that, hey, it is actually happening. Some people are feeling the pain already. Are you going to feel the pain too? Is your landlord going to knock on your door and give you 1 month notice to get your stuff and get out? Because Mohammed and Mustafa and Abdul wants to move in? Yeah, it's happening. Watch this first video. It's really bad.
TikTok. I must be the first person in the country to get evicted by his landlord because he wants to house the fucking hotel people. Literally got a text last night saying you got a month's notice maximum 2. Want you to move out. We're redecorating, and we're not renting the property back out to you, pretty much. I don't know where I stand with that, or how it fucking goes down, or what the fucking crack is, but that's the text I received last night. He wants me out. Why? There we go. What do we do, guys? What do we do? Do you know what I mean? Also, next door, he owns a house next door. You've got the Romanian family living there. They're getting kicked out as well. So that's what I'm trying to say, guys. Look what Keir Starmer's done now. All this hard working people getting kicked out. I've got nowhere to live. He wants to house them. So people next door, Romanians, came over here about 15 years ago. People non-stop working flats out. They should be getting 1 month's notice to fucking move out. Same as myself. There we go. Thank you, Keir Starmer. Wanker.
Yeah. Did you think that they were going to be doing this? Kicking people out of their place
Yes.
and house illegal migrant in
Yo.
who will not be paying the rent? The
Hey.
taxpayers will be covering it.
Hello. How you doing? It's been a while. What's going on? What's going on? I've been right. Been right. It's been slow. Blimey. Whoa. That one's fresh. Yeah, no, I've been alright. I've been drumming. Like, I don't know, can you see that? Yeah, there's a drum kit in there now. Yeah, still doing all the other stuff, but I've added that in, and it kind of, people sometimes like it. Yeah. I'm live on YouTube, and I thought I'll do that, and that it kind of works. Like if you drum in people scrolling through, it's like the scrolling one. So that kind of works. That can grab people, but most times it's not. To be fair, it's probably no better than Twitch in terms of like me just starting. Like first day I've done it. Well, all right. I think the most viewers was like 13, but who knows? What? Just drumming. Yeah. I mean, the only problem with it is just not being able to do it like all day. You know what I mean? I just don't have don't have the energy to like, carry that all day. How you doing? What's going on with you? Yeah, it is and it isn't. I mean, it just depends what you're doing. You know what I mean? Quit your job. Wow. Fair enough. Oh, well, what job did you quit? What was it that you were doing? Was it the same, like, phone kind of job? Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's right. You committed fraud for the bank. That's right. You were a scam caller, and you said you worked at the bank, and you was doing fraud. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, that was me. Look over here. Give me your money. Tell me your
sort code. What's your name? Tell me your phone number. Oh yeah, the postcode for your address is it? You got away with all of that, didn't you? How's Jack? Jack's good. Your balance is 0. Come here. Come up here. Up. Come up here. Turn around. Turn around. Get your bum up. Just sitting on me. Oh, here we go. There we go. Let's say hey. Say hey, Daddy Bob. Say hey, Daddy Bob. Say hey. Up here. Say hey. Jack. Up. Hey. Say hey. Hey. Give us a big hey. Hey. Thanks. Captain Jack at the watch. He is a good boy. He is a good boy. He is a good boy. So when I'm drumming, right? This is so good. Jack, when I drop a stick, Jack will fetch the stick and give it back to me. So that's how good when Jack's like on his little trained. I'm a trained dog. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Sometimes it's brilliant, but like, you know, it works out. But sometimes it's a bit slow with it. But yeah, most of the time it's perfect. Because I'll just sit there, I'll drop it, it'll fly off somewhere. I'll be like, and then it'll go and fetch it. That's the hard thing. Like getting a dog to actually drum isn't easy. I did have a drumming dog. She's dead now, though, sadly. What Petra used to do is she used to get in, like inside the drum kit, right, and she would sit backwards and get on the bass drum pedal, and then like her back leg, and then she'd scratch herself, right? And then, so what would happen is she would make the bass drum pedal go, and she'd be able to just be like, so she actually knew how to play the drums. It was quite nice, because she would always get in this position and then do the same thing. So it happened a lot. And then one of her pups, her son, Bonham, his name was Bonham, named after John Bonham, the drummer. He used to stand next to a bass drum and like wag his tail and like bash the bass drum with his tail. But no, his mum actually used to play the bass drum pedal. She'd like get her, because you know how like their knees are like kind of where you think their ankle is. So it's like, just kind of get that proper motion to get the bass drum pedal to work. Yeah. Probably easier to get to play like a musical instrument, more so than drums. I can get him to play a drum. Like I got Goose to play the drum. You put food on the drum skin, and then a goose will come along and peck at it, and then they're playing the drum, and they just go. What's the question mark for? Yeah, I got a video of it somewhere. I'll find it. I'll show you. So now you've now you're jobless. What are you gonna do? What's the plan? Or is it plan to plan? Plan on planning something.
It's got to be here somewhere. It'll be here somewhere. This was some time ago then. We've gone a long way back, I don't think. I've either gone past it or... You're going to be a housewife? Awesome. Ah, I found it. Yep. I just... Almost it. I know, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how it works. I think this is normal speed. I think that almost sped up. It's interesting, isn't it? I did make a few of these. I'm going to skip, see if there's another one. Yeah, but it's sped up, funny. Enough of this stuff. So, when you say you're going back to streaming, what are you going to stream? What's the streaming game going to be? When I say game, like, are you going to do more than just gaming? This is the thing. This is the thing. You need to get your what's the word? Like kind of like not, there's not so much programming, but like layout, like time layout, like, yeah. So you can add a bit more time. to it, like a little bit extra bobs. Nah, just gaming and banner. Proper date nights. Schedule. Well, no. So like, okay. Well, let's say if you like, well, we normally do 2 hours of gaming, but it's like you want to do a 4-hour stream, but you don't want to game any more than 2 hours. Well, you gotta fill out that time, right? Right. Right. That's just an example. I'm not. This is just an example of time. Like, if you want to add a couple more hours, you kind of gotta find this thing. I always noticed that like you guys would always get straight into gaming, and it's like I think when a lot of these big streamers who game, right, and like this just goes for a lot of streamers like who are really kind of in that swing of doing it full time. They'll start streaming, they'll say, "I'm gonna play this game," and then they'll never fucking play the game. And if they do, it's like 5 hours later. So I'm like, I'm like, I'm thinking if you're going full time with it, you need to like work on this. I know me saying this stuff is like some shit because it's me saying it, but I don't pay attention to those little things. It's like I've noticed streamers that are gaming that are kind of like popular don't normally play the fucking game. They normally sit there talking for a little while, like Banner, and I was like, ah. But I always noticed you guys always just played the game really, and like the banter was inside the game. But that's the hard part. No one can like get to know someone when they're playing a game. Like that's where people, not people switch off, but streamers switch off from chat often, is when they start playing the game. I'm to be fair, I don't really remember what you guys did overly other than playing games, and I don't really watch games, so it's quite hard for me to actually really say anything. I'm more just talking outside the box. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you what to do. That's just silly, but that is something I noticed in observation. I noticed it yesterday. I noticed like some streamers that I used to watch always used to do it, and I thought that's odd. Where did they get that from? Like, is that just them? And then I saw Asmongold do it yesterday, and he even put a poll in, and this is the exact same thing I've seen so many streamers do. Will Asmon play a game within the first 5 hours or something? And that is it. And it's just like, oh, I see. So don't actually like you entice people with the game as well, but at the same time you're gonna do what you want to do. You're gonna add a little bit in, talk about the game a lot, really like get people hyped up into it, and then play the game when you're too tired to really want to do anything else. I think that's kind of how it goes. Is that's how I feel like when I'm streaming. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm done now. I wish I had something else to just do. And that is when I'd play a game. Do you know what I mean? Because then I could just sit there, not talk to anybody. Well, that's where it gets interesting. So you talk about like that's why I'll watch YouTube, because then it gives something to talk about. For some people. So I guess in a way you could depending on how you want to go about it. Because I'm an idiot, right? And I'll sit here and watching fucking stuff that I want to watch, and no one is interested in that. So, being sensible, I would suggest maybe animal videos or a funny video that you saw on TikTok or on YouTube or something, right? You see it, but it's like it's kind of like silly, maybe something dumb, like, oh, why do people do that? Or, oh, what a cute dog. Or look at these, or also I saw this one earlier on. And like little things, maybe little interactive games, like just something that's interactive to draw people in. I don't know. What? These are, well, yeah. Cheap fuckers. I don't know. I don't know how much feedback I'm sort of giving you at this point because I can't quite remember your entire streaming. Like, I can't think of the right words to say. It's because I'm not really a streamer. You know what I mean? But like how your streams go from 0 to, you know, hour 2, 3, 4. Well, I've got quite a few of them. Well, they come in packs of 4s, these ones normally. I've just been reusing them. But yeah, you do actually get viewers as well, so you do know how to hold people. That's for sure. You do get viewers. But that's kind of the thing on, like, okay, you find something to sort of show. Maybe new games or something. Like, I mean, as an idea, like for something you could just do. Like if it was today and you're like, right, what could I do today? Like, look at what games are coming out. You know, like, oh, these games might be coming out soon. Should we play them or not? You know what I mean? As an idea of like something that could fill up, 10, 20, 30 minutes of time. Just literally researching new games. As an idea of like, okay, so you want to be if you're a gaming stream and like you need something that's extra content but still draws in within what you're talking, like what you want to do, but then also you're talking about it, and then other people might want to talk about it because they're also interested and they know a new game that's coming out, and it's like it gives it well, yeah, but it's more it's more like if someone, it's more like if your audience is into Warhammer, then yeah, like, so you guys are playing, I don't know, you're aiming to play a game and you told people like there's a new game coming out or whatever, so you told them that and they're anticipating you doing it. You make them wait to see the game is kind of what I'm saying. Like, you can take that time before you start the game is your extra time, and how long you can draw people into your stream before you even start playing the game seems to be kind of the game that a lot of streamers are playing. Like, I've seen it a lot, but like, so okay, so let's say they're doing a 5-hour stream. They might take a break halfway in the middle and then start playing the game like an hour after that. So they might only play the game for half an hour. Not even, do you know what I mean? They're only going to do a 5-hour stream anyway. I need to go probably. Well, you kind of link it with and yes and no. Like, I don't know. I'll think about it as I go through it. Like I say. Well, I didn't think of anything better. Yeah, could you hear Goose? Yeah, other than like tiny little segment bits. So like extra fillers, depending on whether you got time for it. So like a couple of little videos that you've seen elsewhere. Maybe like I don't know, cute animals. Obviously, is an easy one to just like add in. Do you know what I mean? You're just gonna do. You don't tell people this. You just kind of do it. It's go, oh, I saw this video, and then you start showing them, and then you start talking about it, and then that could just go on. You know what I mean? And then, or if it just doesn't seem to be clicking or no one's interested, just switch to that next little thing, like talking about, like you have like you can start doing giveaways for keys and stuff, or get people to buy you the game. I don't know, but it's in the sense of like you're putting it out there as well. So in talking about these new games, sometimes it could encourage people to think, oh, I'll come back because I'm interested in that new game. You might talk about it again, or you said you were going to get it. Like, oh, here's the money to go and get it, or oh, I brought you the game. I don't know. Shit like that can kind of happen from that. I've seen. You know what I mean? And then yeah, so then and then there's like the community game stuff as well. So like, okay, you guys obviously you're playing like tactical, you know, what's the word? Top shelf games, whatever, right? Games you have to actually be there playing, blah blah. But like when it comes to community games, like Jackbox and stuff like that, anything like that kind of stuff, that might add on a little bit of a different dynamic where you're still gaming, but you're giving your community a chance to kind of join in if they can't game with you. Like I wouldn't be able to game with you, right? Even like you know what I mean? To play the same games that you play, but then there might be people that kind of are interested in watching you, but it might be like a nice thing to do for them. Be like, oh, do you guys want to play a game with us? Like, maybe we'll play some Jackbox, like, later on or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're kind of giving a little bit at that point, but it's more so you can take more. All right, but you gotta give something to, you know, put something on the end of that hook. Yeah. I'm not telling you what to do though. You don't have to listen to me for shit. I just like being ideasy. I'm not, you know what I mean? So I mean, whatever you do it's already better than what I do. So don't really matter. But I do see these things and I do think, oh, that's what they're doing. Oh, okay. It's like you gotta kind of get people in. And like yeah, sometimes watching just completely different streamers on how they do things, like things that you don't want to do. So it's something totally different than going, oh, could I actually do any of that? Most of the time, it's like, no, you're not going to be able to do it. It's a totally different scenario. You don't have any of those things or whatever. But there are sometimes there's things, and you're like, oh, that would be an interesting thing to do, like marbles. So many streamers do marbles, but you go into marbles category, people might come in doing words, even like there are a lot of these little like they're not so much niche, but they're niche in terms of the population of the planet. But there are these little categories where people love it, and that's all they want. People win, and then you start playing the game, and then they might be like, "Oh, I like the game." Well, yeah. I've got to go now as I have a guest, but it was awesome seeing you, and I appreciate the help. I'll be back soon. Yeah, dude, get me in Discord as well, because then we can actually have proper conversation. about it, and it's not. You can remember what you said and think about it. So if you're actually interested in anything I've said, yeah, give me a Discord. Yeah, what was that? What I was that kid?
This guy who we just watched, he's probably been paying his rent. He's probably been paying taxes since he started working. Right? He pays his tax and he pays rent. He pays his tax and he pays his rent. But now this guy has to move out. Probably going to become homeless. So this guy is going to have to get on the housing and start calling. Bro, it's very stressful to find a house in the UK. Good luck, bro. Good luck. The amount of visits you're going to go to, with the amount of people who will be waiting on the list as well. There's so many people who want a house, and they know that there's not that many house problems, so good luck. But let me stay on that. Let me stay on that topic because there's a message I want to send here. So this guy has been paying his rent and he's been paying his taxes, so he's contributing to the economy. He's contributing to this big bank of the government, the taxpayers' money. He's contributing to that. Now he's being kicked out to bring somebody in who will not be paying the rent and who will not be paying the taxes. I mean, could somebody who passed maths come in, maybe Rachel Reeve, ex-checker, come in and explain how this makes sense to the British economy? How does that make sense? Please tell me. Can somebody come? Tell me, how does this make sense? Because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it does to you as well. But if it does to you, please comment down below and give us your working out. Show your workout. Yeah? How did you to make it make sense? Because I want to know as well. I want to see how you worked this out. Because it doesn't make sense to me. And this isn't the only person as well. There's another video I want to show you. It's an old lady, for God's sake, a grandma being kicked out of her own house. The government bought the house. And now people, illegal immigrants, are living in it. Watch this video. It's insane. This one is heartbreaking.
So this letter was from the council, and you got this on the 12th of January. You moved in, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you got this letter. Just spell out what this letter says.
That letter says that because the property is derelict, that they can compulsorily purchase it. If there's any repairs to be done in it, they could take it off the price of the property.
Yeah.
And these properties are for migrants.
It's
what they want the amenities for.
Extraordinary, isn't it? And how did you feel when you got a letter? You moved into your new wonderful home, you settle down, law-abiding citizens, and you get a compulsory purchase order from the council accusing you of occupying a derelict home. How did you feel when you got this?
I paid $200,000 for it, but didn't feel very well.
No, it must have been one hell of a shock, mustn't it?
It's for the immigrant and not the indigenous population.
Well, veterans are sleeping rough.
Yeah.
16,000
In terrible
veterans.
weather.
Absolutely.
They can't get put in hotels or on a bibby-stuck home.
There is a daylight centre charity in Wellingborough, which looks after homeless people who are sleeping rough, and they spend £630 per annum per head. Illegal migrants get paid £50,000, and they get spent on them £50,000 per annum per head. And here we have the evidence of it in this letter. They wanted your lovely new home. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And I was sitting here thinking, man, they've gave all the hotels, all the Ibiza, they're gone. All the Mercurius Hotel gone. Maybe some of the I can't think of all these hotels I've been to, but all these hotels are gone, right? And now they're like, oh man, hotels are not enough. We've given away all the hotels. I mean, we have to go for houses now. And then they're like, oh man, people are living in the houses already. What can we do? probably Rachel Reeve or probably Kay Starmer came out and be like, just kick them out. And guess what? That's what they're doing. It could happen to me. I could receive a letter soon, or maybe you could receive a letter, or anybody, because I've not purchased this thing. I'm not trying to buy it here. If I do, I want to go somewhere far away with the horses, far away countryside. And that's if I was to buy a house in the UK, it would be in the countryside, far away with my ponytails, with the horses, big garden, big mansion. That's what it would be. It wouldn't be anywhere where they'll send these guys in. I don't want no trouble. I want to stay out of it. I only want to come to the town centre if Manchester City is playing. That's it. But this is what's happening. It's really bad. And they've contacted almost all landlords in the UK. And landlords are deciding, hey, what should I do? Because now this is what's happening. And landlords that charges £600 per a month for rent, right? With the governor's deal, that the government would be paying that landlord $1,200, so double the price. So if you're a landlord and you want to make money, you're in it to make money. Trust me, most landlords are taking this deal. Yes, they are. And of course, we can sit here and be like, oh man, you guys are coward. No, but it's a business. That's what they do. They don't care. They want to make money. They don't care how it is, as long as it's legal, which it is. The government is, well, it's not, it shouldn't be legal, but the government can just pull up anything and make it legal, that which they have. So landlords are accepting this deal, and therefore people like us, me and you, are not going to be suffering for this. And here's one video I'm going to watch, a landlord who declined this deal, and it's brave of him for him to come out and say this, because I know a lot of landlords have taken deals. Of course they have. I'm sure so many have. Just like we just watched the first video and second video, all these landlords are taking the deals. Watch.
I was offered thousands to rent my house to migrants, and then told my area wasn't good enough for them. This is exactly what happened to me 1 year ago. The company contacted me. 5-year contract, guaranteed rent, no voids, no damage, all repairs handled. Financially and commercially, it was a golden ticket, a no-brainer really. And after everything the government's done to landlords over the years, it felt like a lifeline. But before I had to decide, they confirmed the exact address. And that was the moment they told me that my area didn't meet their requirements. Think about that. Good enough for us to live in, but not good enough for people who have just arrived illegally. 6 months later, they got back in touch, and suddenly, apparently, the area was acceptable. And it's a tempting offer. And I said no. I asked around, and not one single person in my life, people who would benefit, said that I should do it. Because if you take that deal, you're not just renting out a house. You're signing up to be part of the problem. You're helping cover for a government that is destroying the UK and now expects landlords to fix it. Would you have taken that deal?
Yeah. The area was not good enough. Then it was good enough. But thank God, this guy had the decency to say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to sell the country. I'm not going to sell the country to these guys. I'm not going to obey all these silly rules that you're bringing in. So yeah, but if we was to look at the percentage of people who will be accepting it, I'm sure it will be really high. Yes, I don't want to talk about it. I just know it'll be really high, the landlords who will be accepting these deals. But this is what's happening. I know me and you didn't think they were going to go this far, but guess what? They are. And I don't know how you can prepare for this. It's not like you can go and start buying the house, because the economy and their prices is just we're not in that place anymore where you can purchase a house for less than 100k or 200k or 300k. You almost need £500,000 for you to get 1-bedroom house, and then interest will just keep on going up because the economy is fucked. But that's what's happening. I don't know how you're gonna receive this, but receive it. It's true. It's happening. But if you're new to the channel, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Hand to the head salute. Bye.
Hello there. Well, that broke the internet, didn't it? Just look at the lefty tears flowing all over it, because the far right won. Those purple-haired, soy latte swilling, woke lefty, so-called social justice warriors did their best, didn't they? Parroting on about Nigel Farage leading a far-right party that wants to destroy the sacred cow NHS. Now, cards on the table, I'm a Rupert Lowe, Ben Habib and that Tommy lot type of guy. But despite all that Reform UK has faced, and a fair bit of internal party strife into the bargain, credit where credit's due. The political magician has pulled it off again. And this will have the uniparty establishment in a bit of a tiz, because it risks triggering a by-election trend in the potential 4-year run-up to the next general election to be held by 2029. But it was touch and go in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, where the Reform UK candidate, Sarah Pochin, had to go to a recount to beat the Labour candidate, Karen Shaw, by just 6 votes, the closest by-election in history. And the Tories in 3rd place on a couple of thousand votes, which is only a third of what they got last year, and only just beating the Greens. Oh, and the Rejoin the EU party only got 1 more vote than the monster raving loony party. Should have been the other way around, surely. While Reform UK's candidate Andrea Jenkins becomes the first ever mayor of Lincolnshire with over 104,000 votes, well ahead of her Tory and Labour rivals on 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. A very good night for Reform UK, with council election results still to come. And showing what a gentleman he is, the former Reform UK co-chair and now outcast, Ben Habib, put out on X. The people voted to get back the country in 2016. They didn't get it. They voted for it again in May 2019. They didn't get it. Then again in December 2019. They didn't get it. They voted for it yet again last night. Let's make sure this time it happens. But look at the reaction to the Reform UK win from the lefties. Poor old Sarah. Just look at her ex-posting, talking about Reform voters being thick and racist and perpetually dumb. Oh, and they collectively think they've actually won something. They did. It's called an election. Now, I'll be the first to call out Reform UK for political failings or its slow move to reform itself to become a more internally democratic party. I've had a pop at Nigel and his chairman Mohammed Zia Yusuf for their treatment of both Ben Habib and Rupert Lowe. I even thought that might hold them below the waterline. But it didn't. And at the moment, as flawed as they are the only right-of-centre game in town. But the woke left are now getting extremely desperate in the face of an anti-woke movement that is gaining ground and starting to look like it's got a real chance of getting their leader, Nigel Farage, into number 10. Now let me introduce you to Steve, calling Reform UK voters thick people, as well as referring to white gammon, and an unproven, as far as I'm concerned, assertion that Farage wants to privatise the NHS. Hasn't he heard of Labour's PFI that saddles the NHS with huge payments it has to make to private enterprise? And the NHS doesn't make its own medicines or medical equipment. No, it has to pay private companies the going rate for them. And the cost of bringing in locums and bank staff. Isn't that privatisation in all but name? Oh, and I will also point out that generally patients do not pay VAT for private healthcare services. Compare that to private education. Where is the consistency here with Labour's policies? Oh, and Alistair Campbell. Stand by for 24 hours of Farage promotion without scrutiny. You have to hand it to him. To be a politician who gets treated like a commentator celebrity is a real achievement, but only possible with a media that prefers spectacle to scrutiny and major parties that have never properly hung the Farage realities, Brexit, Trump, Putin, economic illiteracy and extremism around his neck. What a joke. And no, it's not a parody account, but maybe it should be. Alistair, take a look around the country right now. People being taxed into the ground. Anyone with money or young enough with nous is leaving the country. Legal and illegal immigration still through the roof. We've just passed the £1 billion milestone for benefits payments to migrants. No end in sight of using hotels to fund the English Channel travelling newcomers. The national debt is only going one way, and the nation's monthly and annual current account overspend just increases. And the moves by the Chancellor Rachel Reeves will only impoverish us further. And we're all waiting for the Birmingham rubbish crisis to spill out into the rest of the country. Can you imagine that over the coming summer? And if the public sector doesn't get the pay rises they want, well, who knows? While Ed Miliband, now teaming up with Angela Rayner, are absolutely determined to destroy what's left of our energy security. With a developing story that the UK is preparing for blackouts a la Spain and Portugal. I could go on, but you get the picture. Now here's Simon Dodson Esquire, who calls himself a deep woke bunny hugger. In his view, gullible idiots who voted for Brexit on the back of ridiculous lies from UKIP and Farage are now going to vote for Farage and Reform to clear up broken Britain, the Britain they broke. It's beyond human comprehension that so many people are that stupid. My retort would be that it's those that voted Labour just 10 months ago that have caused the most damage. And they've hit workers with more tax by the back door and given pensioners a good smacking too. And the voters have already had enough. Labour said they'd bring change. Yes, change for the decidedly worse. And everyone's seen it. Finally, please like, subscribe and comment below, and a big shout out to our Patreon supporters, and thank you for watching.
So Nigel Farage has branded Keir Starmer a coward. Why? Because he didn't even turn up for the Runcorn by-election. Here's the clip, and then I'll explain. Take a listen to this. I'll mute myself. Listen to what Nigel Farage said.
And also, just finally, you were here yesterday. Labour have thrown everything at this. Pretty much everybody has been up here, but not the Prime Minister. Why do you think that is?
Because he's a coward. He doesn't lead from the front. You know, I mean, he obviously feared they might lose, therefore he didn't come. I knocked on doors for 8 hours today, and I would have been here in this hall with our candidate, regardless whether we'd won or lost by 6 votes.
And so you caught that at the end. They won by 6 votes. Now, this is a really big deal. More about why it's a big deal in a moment, but let's just stick with the coward thing for a minute. Why did he brand him a coward? Well, because he didn't turn up to this by-election. This was a really big deal that he should have turned up and didn't turn up. This, if you remember, this by-election for the seat which Mike Amesbury resigned from. Mike Amesbury, you'll recall, was filmed punching one of his own constituents. He was then prosecuted. He was initially sentenced to 10 weeks in prison, but on appeal that was then suspended. That would have triggered a recall petition, which would have been really embarrassing if that meant that the constituents voted for him to lose his seat. So instead, in my view, I think that's why he resigned.
Now, because he resigned his seat, that's one way that it can trigger a by-election, so that seat comes up for election before a general election. There's lots of other council seats available across the country, not a massive proportion of the total seats, but I'll come back to that in a minute. But as I say, this is a really big deal. First, that the seat was up for a by-election. Secondly, that Keir Starmer didn't even bother to show up when, as you heard the reporter say, lots of other people showed up, and it's a really big deal to show up because that is a really big seat. Why is it a really big seat, and why is it a really big deal that they've lost this to Reform by just 6 votes? They demanded a recount of the vote, by the way, because it was so narrow, they didn't accept it, so they demanded a recount of the vote. But here's why it's such a big deal. Let's go back to the statistics for the general election. Mike Amesbury won that seat with Jason Moorcroft for Reform coming in second. Mike Amesbury won that seat with a majority of over 14,000 votes. In fact, it was closer to 15,000 votes, 14,696 votes. Mike Amesbury won that seat. So for a swing of such magnitude in Reform's favour, this can only be indicative of what is happening with Reform across the country. Now, a lot of people have criticised Reform, a lot of people have labelled people far right, etc. Now, I try to stay neutral on this channel. I don't sort of scream praise for one or another. I do criticise where I see it's due, and it doesn't matter who it is. I will criticise if I think that's right. That's my brutally honest opinion. Speaking of brutally honest, I now have a fantastic designer working with me, so great shout out to Martin. Has been absolutely fantastic. I will link his design company down below. You'll have seen my merch store, which is now being branded by him, not by me, as Brutally Honest Merch, and I think that's a really great name to go with. Lots of merch available, check that out, the fantastic designs. But brutally honest, if you like my brutally honest opinion of what's going on, please do subscribe to the channel. So this is history we are seeing here. History being made. We've got Reform taking over this seat where Labour, it was considered a safe, obviously it was considered a safe seat with a majority of over 14,000 votes. He won that seat. So maybe Keir Starmer didn't show up because he didn't think he needed to. Maybe he just thought that's a safe seat. That's fine. Or if I was being less charitable and went with Nigel Farage's view, maybe he thought that they might lose and therefore didn't want the embarrassment of showing up at an area where they lose drastically a very safe seat that did have over 14,000, nearly 15,000 vote majority, losing to Reform. That would have been, and indeed is, rather embarrassing. I think that is really embarrassing. Now, before we get too carried away with these local elections, etc., I read that there are some 1,600 odd council seats up for election out of around 17,000 seats across England. Now, we are yet to hear from a great number of results insofar. Labour has narrowly retained Doncaster, West of England and North Tyneside. However, there is another significant win for Reform, that is, for Greater Lincolnshire. Now, even before I give you that result, if you haven't read it already, just let me know in the comments below, whilst you're watching this, I'll give you time to type it, whether you think Reform has won this seat by a few votes, a few tens of votes, a few hundred votes, a few thousand votes, or what? Just type me something in the comments. I'd like to get a feel for what you think if you don't already know. If you know, then you know. But just let me know what sort of gap you think Reform won this vote by. Now you've had time to do that. Let's take a look. So here's the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty election results, with Andrea Jenkins winning this by almost 40,000 votes majority. This is just staggering. And not only that, the runner-up is Conservative with Labour coming into third place with Jason Stockwood. So all commiserations to both of those. But the difference between the Conservative vote and the Reform vote is almost 40,000 vote majority. This, I suggest, without nailing any colours to the mast here, I'm calling it as it is. This, in my view, is indicative not just of what's going to happen across the country over the next few years, not necessarily in this local election, but maybe in this local election. We'll get more results later on today and we'll see what those suggest. But to me, it is a strong indicator of what's going to happen in the next general election.
I think this is indicative of a significant wipeout of both Conservative and Labour. And so for me, this definitively puts reform on the map. If you didn't consider it to be there already, it definitively puts it on the map for the next general election and anything that happens to pop up in the meantime. Of course, other seats can become available, people can resign, people can get prosecuted, as we've seen. They can get prosecuted. If they get sentenced to prison, they can then trigger a recall petition, or they may just resign either because of that or for any other reason. So other seats can pop up, and this is perhaps indicative of what might happen in those seats. And it definitively tells you that there is now a serious risk for the Conservative Party, because with 38,500 votes between the two, this was not just a bit of a win. This was a landslide in favour of reform. And whether you support reform or not, you can only offer congratulations to such a significant win here.
Yeah.
Because this is indicative of what the country is thinking. Now, why do I think this is happening? Now, I tend to steer away from my opinions on this channel, but I'll throw a bit of an opinion out here. All of the reasons that I've been talking about on this channel, with promises made and promises not kept, promises very much not kept, via the council tax, Ashley Insurance, all these sorts of things. The only promises that Labour seem to have kept are the ones that are damaging to people. For example, VAT on school fees. Now, whether you support private schools or not, you cannot ignore the damage that this is doing. Now, many schools have closed. Many schools may have closed anyway, but many of them have been pushed to closing because of the additional hits to the business rates relief, to the VAT on the school fees, and the third hit with the employer national insurance, because obviously schools are a staff-heavy organisation. Any organisation, any company that is staff-heavy, in fact, we've had a number of companies and a number of schools that are hundreds of years old, really very much the pride of this country, closing down and going out of business because they simply cannot afford the ongoing staff cost, the business cost, the rates, the energy prices that we're paying, the increase in prices, both in supply, and therefore the ongoing knock-on costs to the consumer. Therefore, people are buying less and so on. And growth, whilst we've seen a little bit of fluctuation in growth, it's not exactly the growth that Rachel Reeves wanted to see. And that, coupled with the illegal migration and Keir Starmer's very tired smashing the gangs motif, which is clearly not working. On these figures alone, we have over 1,400 illegal migrants crossing the channel by small boats. You can see on each of these days, 5 boats, 8 boats, 8 boats, 5 boats. This is a steady flow of illegal migrants entering the country. Over 1,400. I actually read somewhere that it's over 1,500 because these statistics are not quite accurate. But the reported statistic here that I'll go with is over 1,400. 1,436 illegal migrants crossing the channel. So Keir Starmer saying that he's going to stop the boats and smash the gangs, and this is all the Conservatives' fault because they were in government, etc. Well, that stopped. That excuse, that argument, blaming another government is dead now, because that is past. This is the present. If he really wanted to stop these boats, they could physically go and stop these boats and say to France, we're very sorry, but we cannot take 1,400 migrants a week on these current figures. We just cannot sustain this. This is unsustainable. And if France don't like the fact that we return those migrants, then they can return them from whence they came. But we don't do that. We're not doing that. They are arriving here, and apparently there's not a lot we can do about it, because they won't do anything about it. They are supposedly, and I've seen, to be fair, I have seen some of the videos where they are going to destroy the boats and seize the boats and arrest people, etc. But as someone on X commented just the other day, this is no different really to a game of whack-a-mole, where the thing pops up and you're just hitting one and another one pops up in its place. If we liken this to the supply of illicit substances problem, to jump around the YouTube algorithm a little bit, if we liken it to that problem, then another gang and another dealer just pop up in their place, because it's a lucrative business. Clearly it's a lucrative business because people are paying for it. Why are they paying for it? Because it's attractive to be here. With the usual caveat, some people really need our help, some people deserve our help, and we should help some people that are fleeing war-torn countries. But apart from that, they might be here purely as economic migrants because it's attractive here. They will get housing and food and medical services and free money and so on. This is not me making this up, and this is not right-wing spiel that I'm giving you here. This is exactly what's happening. So we have 1,436 migrants. On these statistics, I read that it's more than that. just in the last week alone, each of whom will be housed and fed and health checks and all the rest of it. They will doubtless each put in their asylum claim. Some of them will disappear. Some of them will likely go on to assault people and be prosecuted, etc. And even then, they might then file ECHR claims to remain in the country. And this is a long, laborious process. And so for me, this is one of the many reasons I think these numbers have skewed massively in favour of reform. So whether you support reform or not, I think they are owed congratulations, because that is a significant win, with winning what was a very safe seat for Labour and a 40,000 vote majority for Greater Lincolnshire. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Let me know whether you support reform or not. Let me know if you support Labour or not and you still watch my channel. Either way, I'd be interested in your views, and I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Why is the Telegraph writing hit pieces about Britain's alt-right, as in right-wingers who are prepared to challenge the centrist status quo narrative that for some reason the Telegraph is desperate to protect? I have no idea why. Why would they think that this is a bad thing unless they didn't actually want Britain to go to the right? And, I mean, Calvin Robinson, yes, he's very right-wing. Lawrence Fox is quite right-wing. And Dan Wootton's pretty right-wing, I suppose, by British standards. So, okay, but, like, what's the need for the hit piece on them? So, and I love the framing. GB News rejects trying to conquer YouTube. They're doing quite well on YouTube, as I understand it. And as we'll find out through the article, Calvin does his Common Sense Crusade on lowseas.com. So if you'd like to support Calvin and watch his show, go over there and watch it. I'll leave the link in the description. But anyway, let's carry on, shall we? So they say, after being sacked from GB News and what he branded one of the biggest MSM beat-ups in history, Dan Wootton soon found a new home for his tirades, YouTube. Well, Dan Wootton got falsely accused of a bunch of stuff, and he was exonerated by the investigation. And so it was a weird thing that they would can him, given how he was their top guy. He was getting more views than anyone else, including Nigel Farage. Anyway, they say Wootton, who claims his daily broadcast news provides news opinion with no spin, no bias, no censorship, is not allowed to move to the platform. He's been joined by a number of other former GB News presenters, as well as a wider group of alt-right figures. Again, they keep saying alt-right, but the alt-right was a very specific and definite thing and no longer exists. None of these people are alt-right, by the way. None of these people are exclusive white identitarians, which is what the alt-right was. So calling them that is just a form of smear. But what's the purpose behind all of this? What's the purpose of calling them alt-right? Going, look, these bad boys who are too radical for GB News or something, they've all gone to YouTube. Well, what do you want YouTube to do about that? Why wouldn't they go to YouTube? That's where you go when you want to be a kind of self-made media star. Where else are you gonna go? Like, what's the other alternative? I mean, I suppose you go to Rumble, but like then you just complain they're on Rumble, right? But anyway, they complain that they're attempting to wield power over Britain's right through their own media ventures. Is a tactic that has enjoyed remarkable success in Trump's America, but as the UK news outlets move ever further into opinion-led programming and maintain their hold over their audiences, can this new breed of influencers repeat the trick here? Well, I mean, I think that we're generally, the online right, very influential when it comes to being right-wing and in the British right. I think that is true, but why is that wrong? I mean, does the Telegraph feel that the sand is shifting under its feet? Does the Telegraph feel that they're losing their grip over what people actually want and what people actually want to talk about? Because it does seem to be one of those things that is going more in our direction than yours, doesn't it? Anyway, they complain that Dan Wootton has 334,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's currently embroiled in some high court case. I don't know anything about it. Moving on. Lawrence Fox and Calvin Robinson have their show, Fox and Father, on YouTube, and of course, Common Sense Crusade. And this is because GB News got smacked because Lawrence Fox said he wasn't interested in dating a particular woman. And so they've got a YouTube channel as well, obviously. After being ejected from the airwaves, these figures have joined a small but vocal group of online influencers attempting to influence British right-wing politics. Well, is it a small group? And is it that small if our view counts measure in the millions. Carl Benjamin, oh hello, who uses the pseudonym Sargon of Akkad. I don't use the pseudonym Sargon of Akkad. That's just the name of my YouTube channel. I don't call myself Sargon of Akkad. That's just what everyone calls me because they're used to seeing the YouTube channel called Sargon of Akkad. But I never write Sargon of Akkad on my mail or something. When I'm signing something, I do not use. But anyway, moving on. My name is Carl Benjamin, obviously. But I set up Load Season in 2020, which hosts the Common Sense Crusade show, yeah. And we're doing great. It seems we're quite influential, and we've got millions and millions of viewers, which is wonderful. And thank you, by the way, to everyone who's watching. Trigonometry, a self-proclaimed free speech channel set by Constantine Kissen and Francis Foster. It's got 1.3 million subscribers. Or more recently, Reform is trying to boost its youth support base through 22-year-old activist and TikTok influencer Nicholas Lissac. He's only got a few thousand followers. Anyway, so they say, in many ways, the shift online is a facsimile of the step in changing US media. But the alt-right has gained ground since Donald Trump. You keep saying alt-right, but that's not correct. I mean, the person who I guess was the face of the alt-right back in the day, I suppose, would be Richard Spencer, and he supports Biden at this point. So I don't know why you're using this term. But anyway, he said they say this is only accelerated with his second term in office, and Elon Musk has allowed people to use X, which is nice. Podcasters such as Joe Rogan played a crucial role in determining the outcome of the 2024 election. The thing is, do we know that? Like, they state this as if it's received wisdom, but we don't know that that's the case. We just assume that that's the case, but how would you prove it? The influence exerted by these figures, such as Tim Pool and apparently, who else? It's just Tim Pool taking money from Russia. This was to do with the Tenet Media thing, whereas actually Lauren Chen, who was taking the money from Russia and didn't tell the people that she was paying where it was coming from. But anyway, Tim Pool was at the White House, which is a seminal moment for alternative media to actually have a seat at the White House and be able to ask questions that people who are within the standard media paradigm just aren't really able to ask. And they say the would-be British influencers are now trying to mimic the trend. Sorry. We've been doing this for years. I've been doing this for 11 years now, right? Or 12 years, actually. Right? This has been a long-running career for us, and we've been very successful. We're not now trying to do something. We've been doing this for a long time. And I mean, we've been very influential to a lot of people, frankly. But they say, we're trying to mimic the trend as they capitalize on what they view as dwindling trust in conventional media outlets. Well, why would anyone trust you? Like, I get paid by subscribers to loadseaters.com. So if you want to support me, go to loadseaters.com and subscribe, and then I have to make sure that I work for you and not these people. I don't know who funds the Telegraph. I don't think the Telegraph is self-funding. We are self-funding. Right? We don't have an outside backer. And so the question is, when it's trust in conventional media outlets, there's no incentive for me to lie. There's no incentive for me to take a narrative I personally don't believe. There is an incentive for old media to lie because they have investors that want to make sure that certain things are only believed and understood by the public and other things aren't. I've tackled many, many uncomfortable subjects in my time, many of which I personally didn't want to deal with, but felt should have been dealt with. And this is just something that the old media doesn't do. Anyway, so Nick Newman at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, again, you can see the institutions forming ranks here, right? The appeal is that it's the same as you're seeing in the US. It's the distrust of traditional media amongst a particular group of people, and now the ability to listen to someone who you identify with, whose view you share and is representing things that previously wouldn't have been seen on mainstream TV. Well, if there's such a gap in the market, one, why didn't you think it was going to be filled? And two, why aren't you filling it? Why am I able to have such success? Why are the rest of us able to have such success? Why is it that this is available to us? And it's a failure on your part. That's the issue. There are other motivations for moving online as audiences ditch traditional TV. Piers Morgan quit Talk TV to pursue his own show on YouTube, describing his nightly slot as a straitjacket. And yet, and to be honest with you, as much as I'm not a fan of Piers Morgan, he is doing very, very well. So, just saying. But for the GB News rejects, again, why be so negative? Why be so negative? And other alt-right figures, there aren't any. The move to social media reflects a desire to exert influence over the political right with viewpoints that would not be allowed on regulated broadcast TV. Well, these are political opinions that we think are correct, that we think are valid, and that we think should be operational in our political system for the good of the country. And it seems that centre-rightists don't care about the good of the country. It seems they don't care that things are going so drastically wrong. And I'm sorry that if, we wouldn't allow that on regulated broadcast TV. Well, that goes to show the failure of regulated broadcast TV, doesn't it? It goes to show the failure for that to actually capture the spirit of the country at this point. And if we represent that more closely than you do, well, that's your problem, isn't it? So the question the Telegraph are asking is, can these fringe figures exert as much influence in Britain as the influencers do in America? Media analyst Alex de Groot points out that we have a comparatively tiny following compared to, say, Joe Rogan, who has 20 million subscribers on YouTube and pulls in 50 million listeners per episode to his podcast. I mean, that seems a little bit inflated. But yes, we are much smaller than Joe Rogan. That is true. But there are lots and lots of us. There are lots of fairly large right-wing influencers in Britain who just we're continually making ground, gaining ground, and I think that they're beginning to realize.
Well, I wouldn't want to be Keir Starmer right now, with even The Guardian reporting that he is under fire from his own Labour MPs after losing the first by-election in government in Runcorn, where, as I mentioned in my previous video, I know it's only an hour or two ago, but they had a massive majority in the general election, and they've lost it now to just 6 votes to reform. Now, even The Guardian, as I say, is reporting it here. They've said here that people are shocked at how complacent the campaign was, especially in Runcorn, but nationally as well. They say everyone seemed convinced that they were going to win by a reasonably comfortable margin. The NHS message does not work against Farage, but the centre wouldn't hear it. Or the fact that Keir's unpopularity was brought up at almost every door. This is going to be the message that is echoed across the country, in my view. I might be wrong, but that seems to be the way that it is at the moment. I'll come to some numbers in a moment, which are staggering. But this NHS message is something I criticised before. You remember I said that they were saying that, Farage is either going to give away the NHS or charge you to use the NHS. And even that was fact-checked, not just by the fact-check website, but also on community notes on X. Now, these results are so far indicative. I know we're looking at results from 23 councils. So far, we've got results from 5 councils. And we're only looking at 1,600 odd seats. But if you look at this chart so far, this is nothing short of a landslide for reform, with 371 seats and Labour down 105 so far, coming second to last, with Greens in last position. Now, this absolutely shows what I said so far. This is indicative, and this is only if we look at the map here.
This is only just a fraction of the representation that we might see across the country. You might see that map fill up blue with the remaining councils declaring their results. We'll see what they say. And this, I think this is going to be indicative of what might happen at a general election, and of course any other by-elections that happen in the meantime. Now, there's one comment that I'll deal with because I think it's quite funny, because Labour did, through this process of devolution, which just means allowing areas to become unitary authorities, so they clump together, they have their own rules, they can, across a wider area, make up their rules, regulations, etc., and govern that area how they see fit. And because of that, they said some local authorities may choose not to hold elections, and they might delay those elections. Now, that's been chalked up as cancelling them. Now, okay, technically they're not cancelled, they're delayed, but they might as well be cancelled. And I think we all know, if we're being honest about it, I think we all know the motivation behind that. I think the motivation behind that is fear that they are going to lose those local elections. And I think this map here and these results so far are a very good indication that that's quite possibly what was going to happen. And so I think that's a very good indication as to why they were delayed or cancelled. Now, I say they were cancelled tongue-in-cheek, sort of, because they might as well have been cancelled, because this was the first test of new government. This was the opportunity for people to show how they've reacted to this new government in what's happened in the last few months. And it seems to me that people are generally not happy with what's going on. They're not happy with immigration, they're not happy with taxes, they're not happy with what's happened with the farmers, all sorts of things. VAT on school fees, again and again, I mentioned these. But this absolutely is indicative to me of what's going on. But coming back to Keir Starmer here, this is absolutely a scathing attack on Keir Starmer. The question now is, do we now see any kind of vote of no confidence against him? Because we've got MPs saying here that not only is this triggered fresh criticism, says The Guardian, but another Labour MP said the boys in number 10 should spend less time briefing about who's driving the train and more time actually getting on with building the tracks. Because they make all these statements, you know, we're going further and faster and we're going to build and we're going to do this and all this sort of stuff, as well as blaming the previous government. Now, I'm not saying the previous government did exceptionally well, and they did have 14 years to sort things out, and there's a lot of criticism to be had there, which is why Conservatives are obviously suffering in these elections as well. But again, same MP says people haven't felt the change that we promised, that Labour promised. And they're fed up after 14 years of hard time under the Tories. They'll start looking for answers elsewhere. I worry that we are taking the people we built the party to represent, the working class, for granted. And to be quite honest, I think there's a lot of people who don't feel that they are doing the right thing for the working class. That's just my view from what I see going on. He goes on, we were elected to fix public services, raise living standards, and we've really got to start doing that. Another Labour MP said it's all very well for number 10 to say we've got to keep delivering. The problem is that it's the stuff we've delivered that people hate. This is absolutely scathing remarks for Keir Starmer. This is not good for his leadership here. Whereas obviously Nigel Farage is absolutely jumping for joy. And again, this is not me sort of signing pledges of allegiance or painting colours on the mast or anything like that. I'm just observing here. I enjoy the neutral, independent commentary. I call it as I see it. Please do subscribe to the channel for that, by the way. I'm independent and I have no allegiances. I am just by myself. But Keir Starmer did make a comment. He said the result was disappointing. He said, my response is, we get it. We were elected in the last year to bring about change. And he vowed to go further and faster in delivering it. A government source apparently said everyone knew that it was super close. And in the last 10 days or so that the canvassing returns were quite good. You have to keep telling yourself that reform doesn't necessarily show up in the data. You end up with a big chunk of non-voters who aren't contactable, don't show up in polling. And this is what I've said before. When people go out and they come back and say, the polls show this, I never take that really as being so conclusive, because who are they polling and where are they from, and do they really show up in the data as this suggests here? this here really suggests that people are not showing up in the data, they're not showing up in the polls, they're not giving them real indications. And actually, if we look at this graph here, this is what really happened. It's literally a crisscross. You've got Conservatives taking a nosedive, you've got Reform on a monumental and exponential increase, and obviously Labour, again, just crisscross with Reform, and that's why Reform have taken this seat. And in fact, what's really indicative of this is this bit of reporting here. So I actually like this bit of reporting from The Guardian. I often cross swords in my opinions with what The Guardian says, but this is a good bit of reporting here. They say here, one Green Party campaigner who knocked on doors for Runcorn and for council elections in Lancashire said they picked up an unprecedented level of dislike for Labour, particularly for Keir Starmer. In Runcorn, the Labour message was, vote Labour or get Nigel Farage. And quite a lot of people seem to say, okay, I'll take Farage. I've been doing this for a decade, they said, and I've never seen this level of dislike for Labour, particularly from people who were willing to give them a chance last year and feel they were given false hope. And that's absolutely true. I mean, there's every way of looking at this is true. They promised things about council tax, they promised about VAT, they promised about national insurance, they promised so many things. And winter fuel allowance, the WASPy women, you can really, I'd have to keep a list and a tally of all the things to go back and tell you all the things that I've talked about. Immigration, I'm not going to bore you to death going on about that again, but again, immigration, all these promises, but not just the promises. For me, it's a sort of bad taste, or even, I'm not going to call it bad faith. It feels like bad faith. I think that'd be disingenuous to say that. It feels like bad faith, but certainly bad taste in blaming the previous government for so many things that have gone wrong, when actually it's worse now. There are a lot of things are worse now with what they're doing now that they are blaming the previous government for. Immigration is the classic example of exactly that. So I think this, I'll make another prediction here, this is a bit of turmoil in the background, and it might get worse depending on what these results say. So we had 371 councillors for Reform. Let's refresh this page and see if we get anything different. That's gone up already whilst I'm recording this. It's going up live, 394 now. And Labour are now down a net of 107 seats. So I have to do another update to this because this bit of reporting was just not to be missed. Do subscribe to the channel, lots more to come. Do subscribe to Black Belt Secrets as well, linked below. There's a bit of news about Prince Harry. Go and subscribe to Black Belt Secrets for that. That's coming a little bit later. Do subscribe here. Check out my merch. I'm actually going to order some of this merch myself, the t-shirt and the hoodie. I'll link those below this video. Go check them out. They're fantastic. Thanks to Martin. It's a fantastic designs. I really love working with them and with him. But thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome to the Winston Marshall Show with me, Winston Marshall. For this episode, something slightly different. I recently spoke at the Oxford Union. I was in debate with Speaker Emerita, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi. The motion was, is populism a threat to democracy? She defended the motion and I disagreed. Populism is not the threat to democracy.
I don't know. I want to play. I'll play some drums. Oh. I guess I could turn that off. Turn this one off. iPhone does something. Imagine. Oh crap. Maybe. Oh, so that's all I got there. That's a long way off. Okay. Oh, yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Nice.